What's up, everybody? A spacey weekend to y'all. Open up quick with some Jupiter. Just got the scope set up. I noticed the great red spot, so I quickly went live and got my coffee. We got all the moons showing tonight. Got the shadow of Callisto. A little bit. Actually, wait. Yeah, I think so. You can see a little bit of the dimness from the upper band. It's either a moon shadow or it's actually just part of the storm just creeping into the middle. It's interesting. I think. Let me know if you've noticed that before. It's pretty prominent. Yeah. So bottom left of the screen is Io, and then further off to the left is Europa. Top right is Callisto and Ganymede. 12:19 a.m. Eastern. It's kind of a nice night out. There's a breeze. It's not too humid. Just want to hop in here and say what's up to everybody. Genghis, you're first tonight. What's going on? What's happening, Ryan? What's happening in Mass Bishop? And Eat All Your Fish and Shockwave. What's up? Nice to see you. Esoteric Gold, how are you? 24/7 and more Jello. Welcome all. All right, let's keep the groove going here. So we're gonna watch some Jupiter for a bit. Then I'll go to the wide shot. Then we'll check out some Saturn. Both coming up pretty quick. Steep on the ecliptic. But yeah, thanks all. Let's ride.
Shining through the prison, dagger crimson the mind.
was stolen by the rock star. Don't know what they're killing for. Staring up at the familiar lights, enormous. Don't make me pay, cause don't wanna live another day. Of course, what does it all mean? Is it all just one bad dream? I'm trying to forgive, locking my lips to break them apart. You're down into orbit, sparkle and tricks too sweet and sport. Dying to forget, eyes of the world, don't let it go cold. Stuck in this orbit, sinking the coiling, darling, just break my heart anymore. I can't take it. I believe it, I do. Oh, I can't take it. Where does this feeling come from? Or where do I get the right to ask such outrageous questions? Or where does this feeling get me? Or how do I know it's right to ask such crazy questions? Where will this feeling get me? Oh, where will this feeling get me? Now I know I have the right to ask those outrageous questions. But I'm trying to forgive, locking those lips to break them apart. I'm trying to orbit, sparkle and tricks to sweet sport. Dying to forgive, eyes of the world, just let it go. Stuck in this orbit. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Welcome all. Got Jupiter in the wide shot here, and I'm just going to jam on some more tunes. Got Europa, Io to the left, and Callisto Ganymede to the top right. Great Red Storm's probably out of view, and going to get over to Saturn in a couple. I'll hold you. Just tell me how you blast me. Did you trip me? Could you trip me? Could you trip me when you blast me? I'll tell you what a fool I've been. Alright, that took me a little bit longer. I was trying to get the 5X lens working with Saturn, and for some reason I could not get it focused, so I had to move over to Jupiter. But this is the 5X Televue Barlow lens, so you can get it nice and sharp, and also large. Looking pretty good. It's a little fuzzy, but you know, there is some humidity. But yeah, really nice shot of Jupiter. What's happening, chat room? Sorry, just wrangling this thing, trying to make it work. Hey, Keeps Digging 7, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. Yo, what up, NGC 6543? Nice to see you. Hey. You want the wrench, Rick? Yep. There's the wrench. Yeah, so because it's moving so sharp on the ecliptic, it's getting out of view very quickly. So you saw when I was focusing it that the window was already cutting off some of Jupiter. When does M42 come back? It's already started to be in the west in the evening. So I don't know, probably towards the winter again. Even now it's only 12:48 and Jupiter and Saturn are already high up. It's crazy. I'm gonna try, I don't know if I'm gonna wait up for the moon. The moon is not coming up till like 3:30. So we'll chill here for a little bit longer and maybe see some Mars before I cut it. Oh, did they kill hot links? Oh no, there it worked. Yeah, Rick is posting Symbols of an Alien Sky by Thunderbolts Project, the David Talbot stuff. Always great to watch. I've turned a lot of people onto that. All right, a little bit of Alan Watts. I'm going to try and get Saturn on the 5X as well in a second.
If you want life, don't cling, don't cling. Let go, let go. How can I desire not to desire? How can I surrender myself when myself is precisely an urge to hold on, to cling to life, to continue to survive? I may be like a person who has a bad habit, as a result of which he is committing suicide. He knows that, but can't give it up, because the means of death are so sweet. The way the world actually is an enormously complex, interrelated organism. People undergoing shock, people locked in the colorless, monotonous corridors of mental institute. If you want life, don't cling, is that if you are really aware of your own inner workings, we didn't have some campaign to have an improved brain. You see, that there's nothing else to do, there's nothing else to do. If you want life, don't cling, don't cling.
what's up, y'all? Alright, so the planets are racing away. Jupiter's already out of view for me, but I got Saturn in the 5X. Just wanted to hop in, say what's up, Arum Borax. Good night to Shockwave. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. I hope you're alright. Let's see, NGC, what's going on? Oh, I said hi before. Cool. Yeah, I'm pretty, I got all like flustered trying to get that 5X working. Just fried out, frizzled out for a second. What's up, VW Blue Sky? Yeah, I was checking out a nice shot of Jupiter earlier, but like I said, it's all gone. All gone. Saturn's looking mighty nice. Just playing some new tunes here for y'all. What's this one? I'm looking for something. This one's chill. Couple more. It might be a short one tonight. Let me know if you have any questions or thoughts. Otherwise, perhaps I'll get back on at like 3 a.m. for the 39% moon. I kind of want to, but we'll see. I also might pass out. So another 10 minutes here, 10-15 minutes. Appreciate everybody hanging out on this lovely weekend.
Spiral arms like the notes you say, extending your shape to the better the game illusion. And told me what to need to settle the beast over and over. We came to the same conclusion. Let's just not lose it.
say one quick thing about aliens or the whole UFOs thing. So I used to follow that pretty hardcore for years and years, and I was certain that there were aliens, and I was certain that there were UFOs. But the more I do astronomy, the more I realize that it can't be really high-level, intelligent creatures that are just messing with the human race, because there's a certain part of this whole discussion about aliens that kind of gets to me that makes no sense at all, which is that humans are inherently bad and Earth is like a cesspool and aliens would never want to come here, things like that, those types of cliches, because pretty much 90% of Earth is pretty great, and 9 out of 10 people are pretty great. So I think that aliens, if they were to show up, would have shown up already. The other thing I would say is that if they do exist, then they're very much in the image of a dipolar, like Birkeland current, so they'd probably have like symmetrical features, like either 2 eyes or 4 eyes or 8 eyes. They'd probably have limbs. They would look like every other creature and system in our collective reality, simply by virtue of existing within it. But let's see, what's going on in the chat? Yeah, no, well, the other thing is that it's funny, I have this video, the best of, that I've done. I put it out about 5 months ago, and it has almost no views on it. It has like 500 views, but there are images there that people consider UFOs, and it's the type of thing that, like, there's really no way to truly know what those things are until you have an expert comment on them. So I've captured these things that I think, could be UFO related or Earth related, but it's very hard to know if these are creatures from another solar system, another planet, or just our own people using a high level and technology out in the open. But if you want to see some sort of stuff like that, if you're new to the channel, go check out that video, the best of. And yeah, I don't know. I always keep it open. If aliens land, I would not be surprised. But so far, I think all the hype around it is very good for marketing, for selling movies, for hyping up. Like, I'll be honest, I saw a clip for Thunderbolts Project on Gaia, and it was so hyped up, and they had that kind of intense music and that weird, could it be that planets? Could it be? And I was just like, the same kind of bullshit, like, why does it need to be hyped? Isn't it already incredible, the information? So even Thunderbolts, I don't think they did it. I think Gaia TV has a marketing department, and they kind of figure out how to hype up shows and make people, they create a format that they think people will be hyped by. And so they can even wrap something like Thunderbolts Project, which is so chill. If you listen to David Talbot or Donald Scott or Wal Thornhill, like 3 of the most chill people imaginable, they can even hype that. So all the alien stuff has been super duper hyped by people like Gaia and David Wilcock and Stephen Greer. And so I feel like, I don't know, it's hard to gauge whether any of that stuff actually holds any water. Just to keep talking a little bit. Yeah, so it says they travel interdimensionally, supposedly. So now, within the context of the plasma universe, this idea of multiple dimensions, to me, is actually scalar. It's not these invisible hidden realms, like parallel dimensions, that they imply that there are these infinite realities, but they're really not. There's just this one, and that's all we really can prove. The rest is really conjecture and math. So I don't think that there are creatures that exist within our collective ether that are different than us, except in a fundamental way, like that don't have a brain or don't have eyeballs or don't have legs or limbs of some sort. I think every single object in this universe has that. Let's see. 24/7 says, when you witness a craft in person, you quickly know we are not alone. All right, let's get into it. So when you witness a craft in person, so I was up at Mauna Kea in Hawaii, up really high up, crystal clear skies, saw all sorts of craft. So I've seen the craft in person. I've seen it in New York, seen it here in Florida. I have film of it, or film. I have digital recordings of it. And then you quickly know. So we're definitely not alone, simply because, like, I think that planets and stars are alive. I think that humans are alive and animals. So there's a nostalgia and there's a sort of storytelling aspect to this phrase that you just iterated to me, which is, we are not alone, or we quickly know, like, it's revealed that we're not alone. And I'm not trying to take you to task specifically. I'm just trying to say that this is a cliche that we live with, almost like humans are a cancer on Earth, or politics suck, let's leave Earth and go to Mars. You hear this type of stuff constantly, and it's propaganda. You know, to me, we live in a reality where we're fully connected with space already. There's no need to escape Earth, so to speak. And yeah, and even if I looked at a craft passing over, would I feel secure or would I feel scared? I don't even know, because we see that sort of stuff all the time. I see helicopters passing, I see drones, I see fighter craft. You never know, like there's nothing really different about aliens showing up or UFOs passing over versus what we already have on Earth, which is sinister and diabolical and insanely high-tech and force. So I'm not sure if I need aliens to fulfill that part of it for me, even though I completely understand, and I used to feel exactly the same way until I started actually doing astronomy. Jedi Princess says, I do think that there's some energy that is not easy to perceive with our everyday senses, science tools. So again, I'm going to sound like I'm nitpicking everybody's, like, specifically, and I don't want anybody to take it personally, but I'm just going to talk about it for fun. So this idea that there are things that we can't see and therefore they exist because we can't see them is just fun, right? It's not... I mean, you can say that it's real, and you can believe that it's real, but until you actually experience it, it's not actually manifest. So this idea that, like, parallel dimensions, there's math that says, yes, there are parallel dimensions, but just because something says that something is, doesn't mean that it is. It is when it is. So there are these things that extrasensory, yes, there are a lot of things that are extrasensory, like, you can't look in X-ray with your naked eye. However, when you look with the Chandra telescope, you can see things in X-ray. And then with our regular sight, we can look at those images and view this X-ray emission. So ultimately, within the full range of the spectrum of our reality, we basically see everything that has existed. Things that haven't existed, we don't see, but they don't necessarily exist just because we don't see them. They actually don't exist because we don't see them. And you could say that, oh, just because you can't imagine it. Well, when aliens show up, then aliens exist. But up until that point, this idea that somehow they just do because it fulfills some sort of mystery quotient. It's like life needs to have mystery, life needs to have adventure, or life needs to have fear of the unknown. And so the people that create Hollywood and books and sell news want people to feel like there's this extra thing that you need to fulfill a mystery quotient. However, for me, it's no longer a thing, because once you realize that when you're connecting right now to Saturn, you're already doing something way more impressive than aliens, or way more impressive than governments. You're already sending a signal from your brain and your conscious shell to a planet and receiving a signal from it. It supersedes everything, way more so than the discovery of aliens, or feeling that we're not alone, or government revelation. We're already doing what's impossible, what's miraculous, all the time by simply existing. You created your own eyeballs and your own lungs, and you digest your own food. These things are supersedent to the government, to disclosure, to aliens. Way more important, way more impressive, simply existing. So, let's see. Eat All Your Fish says, I'm not taking into account the fact that other beings could be millions of years ahead of us, so who knows how they travel? Well, yeah, exactly, like who knows? Just because you can imagine these things. I can imagine winning the lottery, but you're not going to win it, you know? So you could imagine that they have incredible spacecraft. Okay, just keep imagining, but like looking up, waiting for them to show up is like, I don't understand that anymore. 24/7 says, depends on what kind of craft you saw. I'm not talking about a lot of light. I'm talking about a craft that's nearly 2/3 of a mile wide. So just given doing astronomy, it's very hard to gauge how large things are or how far things are without getting real like laser interferometry going. And even then, it's questionable, because I believe that light is quantized, and the difference between, like, we don't know exactly how far things are from a commercial standpoint. Maybe, you know, high-level technology laboratories can figure that out. So something being 2/3 of a mile wide or long is very intriguing. However, that's something a lot of astronomers would see, homebrew astronomers. That's quite large. So there are people who are taking daily shots of the ISS, daily shots of the Hubble in extreme detail. I don't think things that are that large or that visible would go unnoticed. And further, it's very unlikely that only one person or 10 people or 100 people would be the only people seeing that. The theme tends to happen with UFO stories is that a small town, like the Phoenix Lights or Rendlesham or any of the big stories, always have these circumstances which make it impossible to double check on. Although all of those could be homebrew things, just because they had symbols on them, just because they had certain types of tech that burnt the flesh. All the stories about the UFO stuff could easily be explained with plasma science and stuff that we've made on Earth. Let's see, what's up, W.A. King says, that's crazy talk, says the 19th century person to the 21st century. Yeah, well, also the person who's saying that is also streaming Saturn on very high level technology. So I'm not one of those people who's anti-futurism, and I'm also not anti-technology. But UFOs and aliens in general reek of Hollywood, salvationism, anthropomorphizing, deifying, as opposed to self-awareness, self-knowledge, and self-enlightenment. think about it. What makes you any less impressive than an alien coming to Earth? Do you know what I mean? Within the entire conspiracy of UFO, it's that of extraterrestrials, is that somehow Earth is dumber and less important and less special than these creatures that would show up on Earth, which just in and of itself makes absolutely no sense. It's just completely a government propaganda, like, demoralization effort. W.A. King says, imagination is more important than knowledge. Well, that says Einstein. However, I would completely take that to task, because Einstein is the one who removed interaction, removed the ether, completely falls flat on his face today, and somehow the dogma of Einstein and the fundamental deification of this German scientist has completely sidetracked cosmology, as many will tell you. Einstein was not completely correct. He was very poetic, but he was not scientifically correct. Let's see. Again, it says, would be nice to one day hear what an alien's take on it all is. Going to be a huge galactic creationist debate. So again, aliens somehow have this story that that they seeded humanity, right? So humanity wants to know where humanity came from, because why? Because you need to know, because some sort of record that says mankind came from DNA splicing from an alien race is going to change your day-to-day life. It's going to change your digestion, or your ability to see, or your interaction with the moon. It's going to change if somehow the government comes out and says, yep, definitely there were aliens, there were Arcturians, and there were Greys, and there were 1 million years ago they spliced cow DNA and human DNA and made the human race today, and they're going to come back on the planet, you know, whatever, Nibiru, and they're gonna make you mine for gold, just like they did in, what is it, Stargate. Everyone thinks Stargate is gonna happen. But it's not, and it hasn't, and it likely won't, because the fact is, humans are the predominant consciousness right now, and we are more important than aliens, even though a lot of people don't want to admit that. Arumvorak says, nothing, we would be aliens if we leave here. Sure, totally. Eat All Your Fish says, you make no sense, they would be more advanced, that's what? In what way would they be more advanced? With the propulsion, with medicine, and why would they be? Because of interstellar travel, implying that using a vehicle means that all of a sudden you're better, you're more polite or kinder or more intelligent. There are tons of technologies on Earth now that are extremely, extremely important and incredibly fascinating and profound. And you don't hold these people up in high regard, but somehow an alien discovering some sort of propulsion is all of a sudden better than your average person, or smarter, or more advanced. And even if they were, so what? Do you think they're going to come and share that information with us? It's like deification, salvationism. Let's see. Also, I'm not getting into a fight here, I'm just having some fun. Class 4 civilization. Again, did you come up with that phrase? Or did some sort of celebrity scientist or movie come up with that phrase. It just sounds cool. Like, what's more advanced than the human body? There's nothing. There's nothing more advanced than the human body. That's the answer. I think the dinosaurs were the reptilians, says Masked Bishop. Again, yeah, why not? We still have lizards today we have raptors, we have incredible creatures on Earth that are at least as impressive as the dinosaurs. Just because somehow it's like Denny's, right? If you have a big meal, then it's impressive. In fact, like a good meal is a balanced meal. A big meal is just a marketing thing. So dinosaurs are somehow impressive because they were large, but we have creatures now that are extremely intricate and as impressive as dinosaurs, just because doesn't mean they have to be that huge, you know? There's some sort of association with large means good, but it doesn't necessarily. Eat all your fish, you're taking it way too seriously, but this is probably, look, I don't know what to say. I love the way, like, I've already acknowledged that I spent a good portion of my life following this stuff. Somehow that's completely negated by what I'm saying right now. So I'm sorry that you feel that way. Also, I don't even take it that seriously. I'm just having a conversation. Let's see. W.A. King says, there are far more aware than those who only perceive nuts and bolts. Okay. I'm not sure what that means, but I think there's highly advanced information that we have at our fingertips right now that's way more impressive than aliens. One being the fact that consciousness exists outside the human body, that we connect with all other creatures and things within our field dynamics, a solar surface, connectedness with all the stars, the fact that we make our own bodies, the fact that comets are electric, consciousness is electric, any number of things, way more impressive than any of the stuff that I was talking about. Let's see. I really don't mean to sound arrogant. I'm over the UFO stuff, and I'm just having a conversation about it, or a monologue while reading your comments. But W.A. King says it means perceive finer energies. But I mean, again, like, just to nitpick on that, does that mean that somebody who can hear, who has a better ear, you know, in music, and somebody who can play music, somebody who's wordsmith, is it, you know, everybody, like, all these types of characters already exist. You have people who can perceive the finer things, and you have a lot of people who can't. You have a lot of people who can play a piano, and a lot of people who can't. And it doesn't mean that those people who can't play the piano are unimportant. You need the people to listen in order to have a piano player. You need to have somebody who can perceive the finer senses in relation to many who can't perceive the finer senses. So allowing yourself to perceive is just a choice. If you decide that there's something more, then you'll be hunting for something more. If you decide that you are it, then you can be it. That may sound arrogant, but it's just something that actually makes a lot more sense physically and scientifically than just imagining something. Yeah, song time. I've been talking a lot. Hey, just hopping back in here because I see Karen Skinner just showed up. What's going on? Welcome. I do have a lot of footage, so please check out the archive and the playlist that I have on the homepage. I'll find a link for you real quick, but you can kind of see from this best of the type of shots that I've gotten. And Jedi Princess, let me know what you're thinking. I'm sorry if I missed one of your comments. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying. So please ask it again, and I'm happy to answer while I find this video. I'm going to start wrapping it up over here. Like I said, I'm losing the view. Saturn is about to drift past my window. And I don't know, maybe I'll come back in like an hour and a half and stream the moon, because I guess I still am up. And I hope I didn't piss people off with the UFO denier stuff, but I don't know, that's just my take on it. Let's see. So, copy this. Clickety-clack. first-time viewer and cat enthusiast. I'm a cat enthusiast as well. I don't have any, but I love cats. Oh, you were already subscribed. All right, so, yeah. Oh, you were already subscribed. Anyway, all good. That's the link to the best of. Take a look. Definitely get some pretty good shots of the moon. Oh, when you said no talk, no, I interpreted that the way you meant it, which was, no, please talk. So yeah. I don't know, like I said, I'm open. If UFOs show up, it's going to be impressive and incredible. But again, like what really happened is that I used to wait for aliens to show up. Like I needed them for some reason to be this ultimate thing. I was like, reality will be complete when aliens or UFOs show up, or there's disclosure somehow. Even the same thing with plasma cosmology. There's some sort of sense of like, once the government reveals anti-gravity, all of a sudden life will be complete. But I started to realize like, that's just this goal that might never happen. So in order to have a satisfied life, at least in my perspective, I had to come to the conclusion that it was already way more impressive to exist and to have thoughts than it is to have revelations or salvation. So everyone's waiting for heaven or waiting for somebody to save them, or a superhero. This is why superhero movies are very popular. Or churches, or now I'm going to piss everybody off. We'll start talking about the religion and comic books, and everyone's going to head home. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll watch that stuff, but with a knowledge of the fact that we're already the most impressive thing that's ever happened. Just your eyeball, one of your eyes, is already one of the most impressive jewels and technical achievements and marvels and miracles ever. Just one eyeball. Think about it, but you make two, and then you do lungs and intestines and toes and fingers, and then you make your own brain. Your parents don't do it. And if you tell me, okay, this is the genetic code, or heredity, or hereditary, or instinct, or survival, all these are just conjecture terms for the fundamental forces of nature, which are this geometric shape, this torus with the field, and the hourglass, and the Z-pinch, and the magnetic field lines, creating these shapes all the way throughout. And this is the consciousness that I think is way more impressive than disclosure. Yeah. Get a cat, I will be fulfilled. I wouldn't do that. I've already had a cat, and she died, and I think that was it. That was it. Let's see. Karen Skinner says, thanks, happy to be here. We all have our own beliefs. I saw a UFO come up out of the ocean. It paused, then shot off into space. It was a red lit up orb. So I absolutely think that there is money spent on a very secretive space program that is not public, obviously, and that has high-level technology. And it's very hard to think that it's just, in my mind, it's way more likely that humans made that stuff than a civilization that came from off-planet. And I don't know why that is, but it's because it just is more believable. That's all. You know, it's not more impressive if the technology came from aliens for me. You know what I mean? It's just it's a completely shift in perspective, because I know what that feeling is like. I used to watch David Wilcock every night, and Stephen Greer hanging on to every one of his words, and Drunvalo Melchizedek, and David Serrata, and MUFON, and Art Bell, and I mean, you name it, I've watched it. Alien Theory, I've heard it. I've thoroughly explored it. Footage, Rendlesham, Phoenix Lights, you name it, Chinese pyramids, everything. I've watched every single little piece of content about ufology. And when you put it up to the video that I've actually filmed and recorded on TakeBackSpace, ego or not, you know, me bragging or not, it doesn't even come close to the power, to the energy, to the excitement of actually looking at Jupiter and Saturn versus grainy, crappy, made-up footage, misinterpreted footage by so many channels. There's so many channels that show the moon, and they're like, those are buildings. And it's just, it's so ridiculous. Like, I can't even tell you how much that actually bothers me, but it does. It really, like, it just robs the moon of its power. It says, hey, the moon's not enough. You need buildings on it. Hey, the moon's not enough. We need alien bases on it. We need humans to have seen aliens on it. It's not impressive enough as it is. And this is really the fundamental crux of it, is that it is impressive. It's way more impressive, and it doesn't need alien bases to be impressive. The sun doesn't need, what's it called? There's this little filamentary video where it looks like a spacecraft is refueling at the sun, and millions and tens of millions of people watching it thinking that a ship is refueling at the sun instead of studying 10 minutes of plasma cosmology. Or any number of things like that. Any number of things like that, where it's way easier to believe in this magical, mystical, godlike creature than it is to actually look at the object itself and say, wow, that's so impressive. Look at it. I mean, Saturn right now, for some reason, you know, like, to me, it's absolutely clear that Saturn is absolutely the most impressive thing happening right now on Earth, to me. But for some reason, if a UFO ship passed through, it would be more impressive. Why? That's so, like, it doesn't make any sense in actuality. It only makes sense if you're being sold to. It's the same way you're sold to in terms of buying a detergent or a deodorant or a toothpaste over another toothpaste. It's this constant need for more. And it doesn't mean the desire for greatness should subside, but the desire for never acknowledging how great things already are should be reinterpreted. So, same thing. There's this idea that we need to know the Big Bang, and a trillionth of a second after the Big Bang. Ooh, so impressive you are. So impressive, these guys. But who cares? Way more impressive that we exist. Way more impressive that we can see the moon and the stars and the planets. Yeah. Karen Skinner says, you're allowed to give your own opinions on your channel. Why does it bother you? It is impressive, very much so. I've seen UFOs going from craters to craters, lights and clouds. Well, because I've filmed the moon a lot, like a lot, and it's impossible to see craft on the moon. I mean, there's always a 1% possibility that I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like it's possible to see craft and bases on the moon. There's one thing to say, I think I see these bases on the moon, I think I see craft, but to create videos that are absolutely certain is something that does bother me, unfortunately. I don't say anything, I don't trash talk. I mean, I say what I want on my streams, but I don't leave any comments. I don't bother with that. But I will say that it does strike me as such a strange thing. Let's see. Esoteric Gold says, I think it's good to encourage imagination whether it's real or not. Those who believe are only that much closer to obtaining something else extraordinary. Look, it's fine. I don't think anybody has to agree with me. Ultimately, I agree with me, and that's what's important. But it does detract from learning about consciousness as we could possibly understand it, which is consciousness is a field outside the human body, redshift is reinterpretable, the speed of light is not a constant, the sun has a surface, the moon has water, the moon is scarred like your hand, like molecules, like honeycomb. Saturn has a persistent hexagon. The Earth has memory shells. So many topics that could actually be talked about, but instead we talk about ufology and moon conspiracy and flat Earth, and just topics that are just completely pointless. Yeah, they're imaginary and they're fun to a degree, and then after a while they become diminishing returns. And at this point, total diminishing returns, because nobody's really discussing consciousness, the biofield, easy water, electric stars, Bennett pinches. Yeah, you know, some people are, but, and let's give Sky Scholar, Dr. Pierre-Marie Robitaille a shout out. But it does make a difference. So much money and time invested in channels and views invested in keeping people not looking at hexagons and plasma and Velikovsky and Halton Arp and Henri Poincaré and really important figures of the last 100 years who have actually, like even the last 400 years, Copernicus, Kepler, Descartes, people who are brilliant, people who actually understood the real extraordinary stuff in lieu of hyperbolic, misinterpreted data about the Black Knight satellite, about bases on the moon, about Apollo seeing aliens at the rim of a crater. These are great stories, but they don't ring as true as honest-to-goodness plasma cosmology. So, Bruce Sees All, I'm going to just name these channels, Bruce Sees All, John Leonard Watson, even our buddies over at P&K, many insist that there are bases on the moon. And it's just not correct. I'm just going to say it flat out, it's just not correct. And I have evidence. Unless I'm absolutely crazy and all the people who've followed this channel for 5 years are insane, you cannot see buildings on the moon, and you cannot see tiny, what would be the craft that people would travel on the surface of the moon, like the LRO. You could never see it with the resolution we have. It's just not a thing. And the more people insist that it's a real thing, the more we never get to the point where people discuss actual things. And I'm sorry that he might have the best telescopes, they all might have better footage than me, they might have more followers and more power to them, but you cannot see buildings on the moon. And bless his heart, Bill Bryson, who died, I love him, and he was a complete believer in aliens and buildings and all this stuff. It's just not a thing. And people are just going to insist that it's a thing, so that's the way it is, you know? It doesn't really bother me, honestly, because like I know for myself that it's not a thing, but I'm talking about it on this show because I rarely give it this much energy, and I rarely want to ever call people out and be like, what the hell are you doing? But same thing, Secure Team, or any number of channels that insist that aliens are real and they have tons of viewers are actively deceiving their users. They know it, and they know it too. It's not just that they think it's real. They know that they're deceiving their viewers. And that's what makes it so kind of sinister, but whatever. Let's see. It's an agenda, not a thing. But you have music tunes on the moon. Sorry, it's late. I'm just enjoying reading all these comments. Let's see. Them hexagons, I like that. Genghis Khan says, wishful thinking versus what's in front of us. Exactly, exactly, exactly. Karen Skinner says it could be humans up there, not saying it's definitely aliens. Really, I don't want this to be pointed at you or anyone in this chat room particularly. I think it's just that that I filmed the moon for so many hours. I've looked at it in so much detail. As much as I've actually streamed, I've watched it up close on a lens with like 5x and 11-inch scopes and the works. Plus I've pored over tens of thousands of photos and images of the moon. Ufology misrepresents footage. It just does. There's just no two ways about it. It just does that. And people who interpret that and say for sure are misleading people. They just are. Levins Lovato, you lost Saturn. Yep, I know, it just drifted past my windowsill. It's like Jupiter and Saturn, and actually the moon has started to move back along the ecliptic, but Jupiter and Saturn rise very steeply, so they're going at a clip and they're going at a harsh angle away from me. Let's see. Karen Skinner says, then why do I see formation crafts going to and from craters? I know for myself it is a thing. Well, I mean, because the footage is either doctored or it's something that is misinterpreted, because that footage would be worldwide, it would be verified by scientists, and it wouldn't be just something that was an underground YouTube thing. And the news media loves UFOs. It's not because they don't want disclosure, it's because this footage is not verifiable. The government advertises military stuff side by side with UFO movies. So it's not about disclosure. The government loves that people believe in aliens. They won't touch Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, the government, NASA. They will not touch talking about Velikovsky. They will not touch plasma cosmology. They will not touch Halton Arp. Nobody talks about Halton Arp or Pierre-Marie Robitaille or Wal Thornhill or David Talbot or Symbols of an Alien Sky or Tess Clark or any of these cool people like who talk about electric scarification in the laboratory, the history of comets, the history of Earth, the deification of planets. The real stuff that we actually could learn from is never talked about on the news. The news is ready to jump on every UFO story imaginable. That's why I know it's bullshit. Sorry. Why am I so afraid to even consider this? No, I was a hardcore ufologist for like 12 years, up until 2012, and then I realized that Stephen Greer was never going to get disclosure happening. His buddy, not going to get it happening. Gaia TV, not going to happen. David Wilcock, shyster. David Sereda, shyster. David Wilcock and that other cat going to Mars. Like, are you kidding me? Yeah, sorry. Esoteric. I'm not trying to be professional. My music and my footage should show my professionalism. My view on aliens is my own, and I'm sorry that we're not really... I don't know, what did you ask me that I'm missing or you're just leaving? Because, let's see. I think it's good to encourage imagination. I read your comment. What am I missing so that you're leaving without just judging me? Judging me and leaving. All good. Yeah. I don't know what to say. It's very simple for me. We have science that needs people to spend some time on it. Electric universe cosmology, symbols of an alien sky, the arrangement of planets, geology, electric scarification, any number of really profound, deep topics that are just ready and ripe for people with the curiosity to dive into. And for some reason, year after year, it's the same nonsense. Janky footage, misinterpreted data, coupled with like movies and media hyping up the existence of extraterrestrials, SETI wasting money, exoplanet research wasting money. It's just truth. I mean, tell me that I'm wrong about this. And it's not to like burst anyone's bubble. Like this is the whole thing that I'm trying to say is that it's better than aliens. Plasma cosmology, the fact that you're a god, that you made your own eyeballs, that you exist in full telepathic communication with planets, is way more impressive than aliens existing. So it's the other way around. Why is everybody so tied to aliens and disclosure when we already exist on a much higher dimensional plane than all this type of information? It's the other way around. I'm not being a UFO denier because I'm scared. I'm actually being a reality embracer, somebody who's trying to understand like information. Where does that exist? Memory that exists outside the human body. We're like this creature that has magnetic shells of resonance that keep all memories together. The Earth has memories. It's so important, so cool. Yo, Fantasy Ecstasy, what's going on? Why am I wrong about it, Karen? Like, what am I wrong about? That they exist? Or that they're good? Just talk to me. I'm not like I don't need to be right. I believe in what I believe in anyway, so I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone here. Just talking. Why cannot aliens also exist? I said they could definitely exist, but they don't, is what I'm saying right now. They don't just like, it's like the media and propaganda like to hypothetical sell you things. The illusion that you can always be healthy, the illusion that you can have a happy marriage, the illusion that you can even be happy, the illusion that it's all love, the illusion that any number of illusions that are used to sell products. It's just not fun. UFOlogy is no longer fun for me. Do I sound like I'm having fun nitpicking this apart? For me, I'd much rather people be asking me like, how does information get stored outside the human body? Because I don't know the details on that, but that to me is profound. Does everyone carry all the information, all the experience of their life in a shell around the human body? And do we engage each other in this way? That to me is so important, so incredible. Space is fake, Earth is flat. Earth is fake, space is flat. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. Oh, you told us to tell you were wrong about you. I hear that. Okay. All right, I think I'm gonna take a little break, but you know what? I will be back in like an hour or so, unless you guys don't care about seeing a black screen. The most important thing is PPP. All right, let's see, maybe I'll just point it at some stars. Give me a couple, I'm gonna take a little break here. Thanks for indulging me. Like, no offense to anybody. Please believe in aliens as long as you want. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Maybe not that one. What about this one? Alright, hopping back in here to continue the conversation so Karen didn't leave. Alright, you're saying it's laughable that I think that what? That anyone could think for a second that Earth was the only planet with life. I find that laughable at best. I didn't say anything like that. I just said that right now we don't have another planet with habitable creatures, with creatures that habit it. I didn't say it's not possible. I just said that we don't have it. That's the assumption right now that it exists, definitely, is what I'm saying is not true. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible. A lot of things are possible. But is it true is what I'm saying. And I'm saying you can't tell. But just because you can't tell doesn't make it true. I'll give you a perfect example. You can imagine living forever, but you don't. So, do you live forever because you can imagine it? You don't. So, the imagination is broad, and reality is finite. And right now, we don't have actual proof of aliens. So, that's what I'm trying to say. Esoteric Gold says, I have the same view as you about plasma cosmology, electric universe, and all that jazz. Aliens only complement and enhance the ancient literature of the ancient technology. I guess maybe give me an example of how they do that, because people like Ptah and Thoth and Archimedes and all these people were just like you and I. They had alchemy, they had astronomy, they had all the tools that we have today, and probably less so. We have things like computers and telescopes and like really advanced technology. What I'm trying to say is that even if the story is great, it doesn't make it more impressive than who we are right now. You know, is sort of what I'm trying to say. It doesn't rob you of the alien story. It robs me of the impressiveness of today, because there's always some grass is greener story with aliens. Back in the day, they were smarter. Back in the day, they were larger. Back in the day, they genetically modified us. Wait till the future when we really have anti-gravity and all this crazy stuff. It's always what else. It's never right now is amazing. And I know that you're not like that. I'm just saying specifically what I'm talking about in this context is that type of mentality, where it's a little bit like there always has to be this extra frill, this extra precision that somehow makes it more impressive. Okay, I've said that enough tonight, but Karen Skinner, I think you're new to the channel. I'm not flustered at all. I love talking about this stuff, but I know that some people get really pissed and actually leave. So, what can I say? My beliefs are very sturdy because I have visual scientific evidence of what I believe in. Constantly, reiteratively. Every time I have a show, I reprove, not to anyone, to myself, what theories I believe in about plasma and about electricity and about space. So I'm not really trying to have a discussion where I change my mind or I'm open to new ideas. I've been open to, you name it, you name the conspiracy and we can talk about it, and I'll have all the detail that you want. Hollow Earth, flat Earth, aliens, underground civilization, Agartha, the Antarctic sub-civilizations, the persistence of Nazis. I mean, you name it, I'll talk about it. Or I've referenced it before. Let's see. What's up, Tom Buddhas? How's it going, buddy? Buddha? So we're looking at Nexstar, which is a little star rising in the east right now for me. I guess I'm gonna wait with y'all and we're just gonna chat about all this stuff, all this jazz, and wait for the moon and Mars and whatever. Let's see, let's go on. Happy Honey, Big Bear, what's happening? Nice to see you. Pirogue says, I say the Earth is the center of everything. So let's talk about that. So I was talking to a friend trying to work out these ideas of these plasma bubbles, and it makes sense that if every tiny particle or Planck unit or string or point in space has its own shell of plasma, of information around it, and then the human body has its own shell, and a planet has its magnetic layers of information, and cultures, groups of people have a magnetic bubble around them of information. So I would think that every unit in space within the ether thinks it's the center of everything. And that's why humans think we're the center of everything, and Earth is actually at the center of everything. But if you were on, let's say, the moon, that would seem like the center of everything, and it's due to the structure of this geometry, this toroidal shape and this Z-pinch at the center where we experience consciousness as a manifest. And then everything around that is a field of vision, a field of experience where there's a fuzzy edge to it. But at the center of it, at the center of the hourglass and the donut, you have the moment of now, that is the oscillator. And therefore, I think this concept, even of Einstein's special relativity and the clocks, this idea of like everything having its own time, makes a lot of sense. And then when you die, these bubbles collapse, and the time, your time bubbles and memory bubbles flash in front of your eyes until it's just like we see bubbles in a sink grow and pop, and the energy is retained, but the geometry is changed. Let's see. Esoteric, to think that there's only humans out amongst the endless number of planets is absolutely absurd. You should have your brain checked, silly dude. I mean, are you reading your own comments? Or you're just putting words in my mouth? Because I didn't say any of that. I said, it's definitely possible that humans or aliens or dogs exist on other planets. But I'm saying right now, human beings on Earth do not have proof of that. Tell me I'm wrong. Again. Tell me that you have proof of this, besides this idea that just because the numbers say it doesn't, it's very poetic to imagine things, but you can imagine away the ether and ruin cosmology, and you can imagine that you can be immortal and not actually live forever. So you can imagine things that are not actually true in physical reality, in the manifest. So to tell me that for sure aliens or things exist on other planets, and you know it for sure, then you know it. Then leave me out of it. But I know that there's like zero proof that that exists, except for some poetic conjecture. Also, that's not science. It's just religion, ultimately. It's what if you really read A Brief History of Time, you'll realize that Stephen Hawking was a religious zealot. He wasn't a scientist, really. He was saying things about complete belief and complete negative reinforcing of foibles, of saying or whatever, Carl Sagan even, it would be a shame if we were the only planet with life on it. What does that even mean? That's not science. That's just random shit. Sorry. Let's see. So, Happy Honey says, Gold, what's absurd is such a bald assertion of something I never said. No, for real, man. Of course I never said that. And I would love dogs and cats to exist on a planet. I'm not against it existing or happening. I'm actually really all for it, all for disclosure and aliens. What I'm saying is that there's an assumption right now that says it's real. And people believe it's real, that's it. And I'm just saying, I don't think so, because like, there is no real proof of that, except imagination. And that's not, an imagination can't bake a cake. An imagination doesn't drive your car. You actually drive, people actually make a car, people actually get ingredients and make a cake, like specifics. There's zero specifics around moon bases, zero specifics on exoplanets, zero specifics on speed of light travel, zero. It's fully abstract. And life is not fully abstract. Life is both abstract and physical as we perceive it. Yeah, you can say we're living in an imaginary matrix, but you're still going to bed and pissing and eating food and digesting. If you tell me you're not doing those things, and I'll tell you you're living in an imagination world, but you're doing all those things. Yeah, listen to Carl Sagan with a real scientific ear, and you'll realize he's more of a religious fundamentalist than he is a scientist. Let's see. Pirogue says, those so-called planets aren't what you think they are. Okay, here, let's go into the flat Earth ridiculousness. So, with all due respect, wandering stars means absolutely nothing. A star is a star. It's a Z pinch, a B pinch, a Z pinch, and wandering just means it's moving. Some people misspell that wondering, which is also very interesting, Freudian misspelling of it. But wandering stars still means exactly what they are. We're looking at Nexstar right now, which is a Z-pinch along a Birkeland filament. And it's just it's like your heart. It's like your brain. This is exactly who we are. We're this star. How do you think we're seeing this star? Anyway, okay, those so-called planets, okay, so-called, a planet is just a word to define something, aren't what I think they are. Okay, so then I'm in the dark. There's an assumption that I'm in a cave, or I'm somehow not enlightened yet, right? In that kind of phrasing. I'm not religious, but Bible says they're wandering stars and they're not far away inside the firmament. Again, firmament is a misrepresentation of a physical manifestation, which is a magnetic layer, an ionic layer, layers of hydrogen and carbon and nitrogen that create a very thick layer of plasma around Earth. We have pictures of it, sprites. We have pictures of it, aurora. These things are real, they manifest. There's no glass, there's no brick, there are no fish. It's just elemental plasma. And okay, just heard me on Crow and then searched. Nice to see I'm still at it. That's funny, because Crow and I had this exact conversation. Crow, with all due respect to Crow as well, said space is water, and got people thinking that space is like water that you see in an ocean. And I don't really agree with that necessarily, because I don't think it is that. It could be. I could be totally wrong, but I think that we can only take what we can really see and then run with that. So, firmament, whatever that may be, is just a word. It sounds very poetic. It sounds very seductive. Flat Earth is very seductive. That's why a lot of people believe in it. But if you really step away from the language, the hocus-pocus language, you'll realize that the science underneath it falls apart very quickly, just like Big Bang science, just like, you know, I'm probably pissing off everybody in the channel, but whatever. This is what I think, because I'd much prefer if people understood that they themselves were gods, that they themselves made their own eyeballs, that we carry our entire life with us in a shell outside our body. We have our own time and our own memories. I want people to know that they're connected to stars and planets, and that we're way more impressive than aliens, that we have technology that's way more impressive than ancestors. Already, it's already done. There is no more. It is the Tattvam Asi, that you're it. You're already all of this. By simply existing, there's no proof that I can show you except that you exist. So, yeah, like everybody's got their thing, right? I'm not trying to say like people shouldn't have conspiracies or shouldn't believe in aliens. I'm saying I don't for these reasons. So I'm really not trying to get into a fight with people. I'm just providing some lively discussion about these topics. Yeah. Sorry. Let's see. Imagining the Matrix. I use my hands to make a cake. Hell yeah. Wanna bet man can now has the challenge, give me trillions and get a river to Mars. Van Allen Belt's science version of the firmament. Okay, sure. Yeah, we had that convo on this podcast about it, you know, and it's funny that like at the time I got so very into Electric Universe and I really threw my whole weight behind it, and I'm glad that it has really sustained me at this point. It seems to be the one concept, this one idea that there's lattice structure to the sun, to planets. There are hexagons on the moon. There are hexagons on the pole of Saturn. There are recursive patterns in your hands, in molecules, in honeycomb of bees, in the mouth of a leopard, in Sea of Serenity and Sea of Tranquility. This is consistent, real-world physical evidence that we are one with the divine geometry. This is it. There's nothing. There doesn't seem to need more for me. What's interesting is how the bubbles of information around each point exist. Like, what does a memory actually consist of? Is it, you know, just a plasma charge in one of your shells? How does it store all the information holographically so you can like sympathetically resonate with a point in the shell around your body and remember smells, and you can walk through streets that you lived, and people who died exist in those shells as holographic memories. This is super important and amazing to me. Like, this is what I wish we were all talking about. All the people who had millions of views, can you imagine if we were talking about the human biofield, which is researched by Eileen McCusick and proven to be a real thing, by Gerald Pollack, the fourth state of water, EZ water, and electric cratering in a laboratory, Billy Yelverton, electric universe eyes. Any number of like real-world experiments that are showing that we are fully connected, fully a deity. It explains all the religion, it explains all the alien technology. It really, in one fell swoop, it explains almost all the conspiracies away. And then it empowers you to boot. P-Rogue says, mushroom trips open the door to geometric patterns. So that's true. What's so amazing about hexagons and the bubble theory and electric universe is that it actually explains what you see when you're tripping, like physically explains it. All the hexagons and interlocking geometry is coming because the universe is actually made of this, is built along this crystal lattice structure. And you do that when you have an outer body experience or you're tripping out. That's what you're seeing. Your mind is seeing that because it's made of that. And that's the first time I've ever considered, not tonight, but in general, the idea of like, what is that stuff you see when you're tripping? It's that. There's something real. It's not just imaginary. Everyone sees similar things. Let's see. Jedi Princess says, your underlying message is really quite beautiful and inspiring for self-empowerment, but some person gets stuck. Hey, I was in it for so long, and I got lucky because I got into astronomy, and seeing the moon and Saturn on a telescope and stuff like that just breaks the mind open into really understanding how profound it is to be on Earth, to have planets, to be able to see them. And you realize that aliens and all these conspiracies are dialed down in volume when you have astronomy at your fingertips. And then further, it connects to the future of the world, because we're right now on the edge of all reality. You guys watching this stream are on the most cutting edge of all Earth reality, because you're connected directly with space. You're connected across boundaries, across wires. We are the ultimate people right now. Not better than others, but living on this ultimate edge. And further, our ancestors were astronomers, so we connect to the past in a real way, not in a aliens spliced us together to make slaves. No, we're made of the Earth geometry. We're made of the universal geometry. We exist, and it connects us to our ancestors who are astronomers. So this is thorough, it's cohesive, it's intrinsic, it's holistic, it's not fearful. It's how you know things are truthful when they're not fearful. The truth really actually does set you free in a lot of ways. But it brings a lot of insecurity. I wouldn't even say fear. It's really insecurity about letting go of old ideas that are ingrained. But that happens with everything. It's not just conspiracies. There are people who are not able to let go of old technology. Some people can't let go of old music. Like, I can't let go of old music. Things like that. Let's see. Esoteric Gold, don't go. I'm really trying here. Don't give me a hard time and run away before I read the comment. Just tell me to go back and read it. I didn't miss it on purpose. Yes, it's all enjoyment of a good discussion. I'm limiting myself. The red-haired giants, only 2 sutures with 20 more brain capacity. That is proof of alien, whether I agree or not. Okay, wait. Red-haired giants, only 2 sutures with 20% more brain capacity. That is proof of an alien, whether I agree or not. Look, I'm not even going to comment, man. Like, with all due respect, read your own comment and tell me how do you gauge 20% more brain capacity? Does that mean they're smarter? They can play more instruments? What does red-haired mean? I know I've been on the Electric View and they talk about RH negative and all this stuff, like these ideas, like this is racism ultimately. It's like judging different features of Earthlings and saying, look, it just sounds red, it sounds dark. I'm not calling you a racist, I'm just saying like and I don't mean it in the way that is happening right now. I just mean in terms of viewing different characteristics of humans and saying that characteristic sounds spooky, so that is spooky. But it's not. So red hair doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean they're more dangerous or smarter or more, it doesn't mean anything. And 20% more brain capacity, there are a lot of smart people and there are a lot of dumb people. And that is proof of an alien, whether I agree or not. I don't even understand what that means. Okay, I mean, I really don't know what to say, man. Anyway, just having fun here. Human biofield, the human heart is most magnetic of all organs, says Happy Honey Big Bear. I like that idea. Ow. I don't know if that's like, I've never really considered like what is more or less magnetic, but I do believe that each Z-pinch, which could correlate to the center of each chakra, which is the crown chakra and the heart chakra and the stomach chakra, each of those has its own field. So when they say like the stomach has a brain, or think with your heart, or any number of those things, I think it means that you have a memory field, a time field around each of these pinches. So the stomach has its own memory, and the heart has its own memory, and then collectively the human body has the chakra system, which has its own larger shell of information and memory. Happy Honey Big Bear says, when we think positive good thoughts, our magnetic heart field expands, envelopes and heals self and others. Opposite is also true. You'll get sick hanging around negative people. It's a great comment. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's what I was not joking about, but I was saying in passing earlier about the Nephilim returning to enslave humanity. What I really believe, maybe I haven't said it on the show, but recently I started to think, so if Earth was really small, all the creatures were really big because of the amount of nitrogen in the atmosphere and because gigantism existed. So this is totally conjecture. I'm just making this up, but if you could imagine this kind of idea of consistent geometry, consistent patterns on Earth, scalar functions. So imagine like everything was very big and Earth was very small, and as Earth grows and grew, things got smaller and smaller and more fractalized. So right now we have the most amount of species and the smallest creatures, and we almost have no gigantism. But compared to bacteria and ants, we are gigantic. So the idea of the progenitors and the idea of the Nephilim and the idea of the giants is very likely that these were humans, much larger than where they are today. Just like lizards were much larger than they are today because of a certain circumstance of gravity, nitrogen in the atmosphere, electric resonance on Earth, maybe the size of the planet. That makes a lot more sense to me than the idea that they were taller, more intelligent creatures. The implication there is that somehow current mankind is dumb. That's really all it implies. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, no, Happy Honey Big Bear, I'm glad you were mentioning the Nephilim. So what? So what if they had bigger bodies and bigger brains? Does that make us any less special? Like, I don't understand why the existence of the Nephilim would make it more exciting if they existed. Most amount of creatures versus no gigantism. Yeah, think about it. Like, yes, I was thinking of basically just like Earth gets larger and larger and larger, and creatures get smaller and smaller and smaller. And that's really what shows. We had plants that were huge, we had sea creatures that were massive, we had land animals that were just, like, don't imagine how huge they were, and now we almost have none of that. But we have the smallest creatures and the most variated creatures too. Like, look at the bugs on some of these new nature shows. There are bugs that look like trees, that look like other insects, like things have become way more fractalized. So I would imagine that maybe we're getting smaller and smaller and more compressed as Earth gets larger and larger and larger. Something like that, maybe I'm wrong about that, but that idea makes way more sense to me than there was a point in time where there was a more evolved race and now it's a less evolved race, and et cetera, et cetera. I think things move in ways that are resonant and ways that are sympathetically cyclical. So energy gets recycled. As P-Rogue was saying, Earth's been recycled several times. But yeah, that actually does make sense. Jedi Princess says, when you can sense someone coming before your eyes, can see them, it's real. Yeah, exactly. So your conscious field the way we actually exist is a field structure around the human body. So this field can sense people. It's why we have cliches that are like, I felt you, man. Oh, when I entered the room, they could all feel it. You know, those cliches exist, and no one really takes a second and says, why do those cliches exist? Like, what does that even mean? Like, but this is actually a way to physically explain it. If you have plasma layers that have dense information, then we can feel each other using these plasma shells. It's what Rupert Sheldrake talks about with the morphic field. So Sheldrake has been talking about this since like at least the 80s, if not earlier. So if you look at Rupert Sheldrake, Eileen McCusick, Pierre-Marie Robitaille, Donald Scott, The Electric Universe, and Velikovsky, and then Halton Arp, and you put all of that together and you sprinkle in a healthy dose of Ken Wheeler, Theoria Apophysis, and Eric Dollard, which is, you know, in the same vein, you'll see that it's really a magnetic electric world that is very simple, that is recursively fractal, that makes sense. It doesn't have all these woo-woo mysteries to it. It's actually very impressive. And the thing is, it could have aliens, but it doesn't necessarily have aliens right now. I think I've impressed that point enough, probably. Oh yeah, even when people magnetize, even all our words, our language is recursive of this geometry. So our words actually mean a lot of things that we don't think they mean. So yeah, you can sense a gaze when somebody looks at you because they're sending information from your eyes to a subject, and that subject is sympathetically resonating with your eyes, but not directly really. I think it's field interaction, and then the field resonates into the eyeballs. So you're really hearing optics. It's all resonant. This is what I think. And so all our senses do these different things, but it's all field interaction. What do you think air is, or space? I think it's just a very confusing thing because of how it's been presented in movies and the media, the emptiness of space, the vast distances of space, this empty space. But really it's charged plasma that actually has information in it. And this is how we communicate. This is how we exist. It's so simple, it's fundamental. It's not even like an imaginary thing that needs a stretch. It's like, how do you even exist and talk? Think about it, like when you look up optics and how people see, it's almost like baby talk. It's so abstract and obtuse. And then when you study optics, you see how complicated the language is about how the eye works, and the sugar proteins in the eye pick up individual photons, and you follow that whole trail. But really, the eye is resonating, and the eye being not only the eye, but the eye, the self, is resonating with another field, and that field is sending information that you reinterpret using the brain. Let's see. Just reading your comments here. Genghis says, yeah, I imagine about the things that existed that didn't fall in just the right spot to become a fossil. Yeah, I mean, talk about petrification from electric interaction, or instant, or being zapped by lightning bolts. I mean, shit's terrifying, but that seems way more logical than anthropomorphized men and women up in the clouds. It's much more likely that it was planets and comets. Oi, oi, oi. All right, I'm going to take a second and get something to drink. This has been a fun chat tonight. I know some people were probably annoyed with me, but it's always good. It's all good. What am I going to play here?
midnight moon. We'd be riders of the midnight moon. You're so light up as the midnight moon. We'd be riders. Oh, we're coming home. I hope you're coming home. Like the midnight moon. Fading on to the of the only road I've been to the cities of Stellarium. On the base I wanna see, but you're riding of the midnight moon. Such a riders of the midnight moon. So know the inside, cleaning up every day, till holding up your carcass, singing inside feels like the ocean. Feel it on the inside.
Okay. Hopping back on here, saying thanks to everybody who's still hanging out. And again, no offense to Karen or Esoteric Gold or Eat All Your Fish or whoever. Really never trying to get into some shit with people. Really just having a good conversation. It's always healthy to question long-held beliefs. Esoteric Gold, once I get back on the kind of space cycle, maybe July, August, I'll kind of start hanging out on the forums again and Discord, and then we can hop on, we can have a chat. Let's see. P-Rogue says, the only scientists I know are Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, two shills promoting their agendas. Well, I'm going to type out a couple of names for you right here. Pierre Marie Robitaille. I should just link to it, but this guy and any number, Halton Arp. Those are two scientists who are really scientists. But let's find you a link here. So, Sky Scholar. I got the clickiest keyboard, but at least I can see in the dark. My old keyboard had no lights on it, and it was just the most impossible thing to type to y'all in the other room. So, okay, Sky Scholar. This stuff is legit. Like, you don't have to agree with everything he says, but you really want to hear somebody who knows what he's talking about. Yeah, I know you're joking. But anyway, just taking the opportunity to share these links. That's Dr. Robitaille, and Halton Arp has so few videos, but if you really want to hear somebody who's actually an astronomer of our generation, of our era, let's say. It's actually kind of shocking that Thunderbolts doesn't talk about Halton Arp more, you know? So fundamental, the work that he's done. So this is Dr. Arp. And I think, so Halton Arp, Pierre-Marie Robitaille, and let's find you one more scientist that's worth their salt. How about Velikovsky? Because I know it's the go-to, but whatever. Here, Bonds of the Past is pretty good. Copy. Boom. All right. So that stuff is so much more intriguing to me than anything I've seen, really. Again, to not like belabor the UFO stuff, but as soon as I started watching videos about plasma cosmology, all the UFO stuff stopped being interesting. Because this stuff really is real. It's like it explains what happened in the past to some degree of accuracy. It explains how we see things, how we interact with the universe, our place in the universe, you know. So I could really talk all night about the interaction of the human body with space, but I don't want to bore people either, so let me know if you have any more thoughts. Let's see. Rumborak says, Walter Russell, Eric Dollard. Hell yeah. So, very quickly, Eric Dollard, really a contemporary genius, if you talk about geniuses. But dude is just like incredibly brilliant. But the Russellian math is actually fascinating because it completely overlays on top of this resonant geometry. If you look at, you know, there's Buddy Dougherty on the Electric View who's done all the drawings that show how these bubbles exist. You take Eileen McCusick's biofield, you take Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance, you take, I guess, Ken Wheeler's inertial plane, and you take Donald Scott's electric star, and you merge all of these together, and especially if you look at things with a Farrow lens, a Farrow cell, you kind of see the structure of these magnetic field lines. You'll see that we exist as these things exist. And that's how we can know space. That's how we can know our place in space, as opposed to being in a Goldilocks zone with a cosmological constant and, you know, this weird idea of the universe with a beginning and an end, an inevitable end. Whereas the idea of cosmology is that, like, we really don't know, but we do know the structure of it, and that's what's amazing. So understanding the self versus, in a way, knowing the outcome. So science today always wants to know the outcome, and they predict outcomes, as opposed to just saying how incredible it is that we exist, and that in and of itself being the proof. So the Hindus and the Zen teachings show that the existence of self is the reason for the self. The fundamental existence is why we're here, to exist. And it's hard to kind of accept that, because I think media, maybe because the structure of reality draws us away from the truth. In a way, it's funny because the bigger the electron microscope and the smaller we can see, the more the universe gets tiny. And the bigger the telescope, the further away the stars get, in a way as if running away from us. Every time we look deeper or look further, the universe tries to hide. This is where the metaphysics and the imagination come into play, where I don't dismiss this idea of an illusion or higher knowledge or something other, but it comes of a geometry, actually, which is more fascinating. Ignorance is not bliss, Jedi Princess. No, I mean, nor is bliss the only thing, right? I think it's more that we've been marketed to that happiness, ultimate happiness, is deserved and necessary and the thing to always get to. Whereas life is not really that. Life is actually a healthy balance of both tragedy and resurrection, in a way. Happy Honey Big Bear says, I do believe in universal constants. They are the key. Are we going to get into something where you're going to get mad at me for disagreeing? But I think it's very hard to say anything is constant. Right now, you're fluctuating in an etheric resonance. So you're not even the same person you were like 2 seconds ago. So how are there things such as constants like speed of light or cosmological constant or the Planck unit or any number of things that we want to talk about? Doppler shift, redshift, plutonium decay, carbon decay. These things that are supposed to be constant and absolute, they themselves are liquid. So I never really understood how to articulate the argument against universal constants until recently, but that's the argument. The argument is like, nothing is constant. In fact, even saying the word, by the end of saying the word constant, the world has already changed. It's that fundamentally inconsistent and liquid. Let's see. I do agree with persistence of field, but I don't believe in constants because the field produces what is infinite versions of constants that are all themselves fluctuating. So a constant within a moment, you know, is something that can be represented mathematically. But in terms of our reality, then from moment to moment, things may appear constant, but they're more about, well, you know, Alan Watts talks about it in terms of what I'm saying, where he's like, you're not the same person that you were when you walked in the room. And that's true. But how is that true? So what I'm thinking is that, let's say, because I want to really decipher it, I don't want to just take old sayings and rehash them. I think what he was trying to say, which is what quantum theory says, is that we're resonating in and out of reality. Okay, what does that mean? I think there is space and counter space, so matter and antimatter. When you watch Ken Wheeler, Theory or Hypothesis, he talks about the inertial plane. So really the compression of these elements within the etheric plasma into matter that we can see and smell and hear and touch. And then the rest of it is holding that matter in place. So let's say the heart and the chakras are an oscillator that are creating these thin layers of plasma shells and the memory that I'm talking about. Let's say what I'm talking about is correct. The thin layers of plasma around the body are both a unit of time and also all the memories that happen to you within that unit of time. So right now I'm creating layers, thin layers of loosely floating plasma signatures. What I just mean is that this, whatever you consider plasma, you know, this state of matter that can be imprinted upon, this is the wave collapsing, you know, this is a way to tie in quantum to relativity by actually having a physical layer, a lattice. This is where Sky Scholar, talking about a surface of the sun retains information in its lattice structure. That's how the sun stays itself. That's how the moon stays itself. What is personality? Like what you're talking about, this constant, I agree with. Like, of course, there's persistence of form. But how does that form persist? I think by retaining the information about that form in the shells outside of that form. And the form itself, the pineal gland or the brain or the chakras, are constantly sympathetically resonating with the shells, reminding themselves who they are, reassimilating. This is how personality actually exists. And so this is how I think things, you know, electric flow can be screwed up and people have amnesia. They can't reach certain parts of their shells, but that information is there. Or people have issues remembering things. It's because they can't form those types of connections when they're information, but those information memories are there. Or they can't form those plasma shells that well because they don't resonate as well, but I'm not sure about that. But things like that, I think, so if Alan Watts and the philosophers and we even say things like, you're not the same person, you're vibrating and you're liquid, like I was saying. I think it's due to the fact that you're carrying information about the system with the system, and the system is sympathetically resonating and saying, I'm the system, while it's also creating new layers that are imbued with that process. So it's a constant working system where, like, but it is fully fluid. It's because it's always moving and along this kind of structure. Anyway. Not anyway, but that's just a thought. So let's see. Gingas says, every 7 years, depending on which story you hear, we essentially become new people, because in that time, every cell in your body has been replaced by a new cell. So, I don't know, maybe given what I just said, is it really more like that? Because that idea is, again, it's kind of poetic, right? It's like every cell in your body was replaced. It sounds like something you could never test. But you could test the fact that we feel this way, and trusting that you feel that, well, more so that you can remember who you are from day to day. How does that happen? It doesn't happen with the media companies or Hollywood. Every day you wake up and you remember who you are. Not just like in an esoteric way, but in an exoteric and intrinsic way where you know yourself. How is that memory stored? I think it's stored outside the body. Let's see. Yo, what's going on, Mistaken Mystery? Thank you. It's going to be one of those long, crazy streams. The moon is just coming up, and I'm getting heat on the conversation. Some mustard on it at this point. Let's see. P-Rogue says, man, know thyself, then thou shalt know the universe and God. See? So, electric universe, this shell structure around the human body, the fact that you make your own eyes and that you probably brought yourself into existence is the way to explain all these religious aphorisms and preachings that you've heard over the years. Jesus was made flesh, what was it? To become like man, and then, you know, the absolvement of sin. These are ideas that are basically just reiterating that man is God and God is man, right? It's a relational structure, and that's really what I'm talking about. Is that there's space around my body right now that is a reflection. It's like a counter space to what my body looks like, and with each of you, it's the same thing. And then above oceans, and waves, the air above the water is a negative imprint of those waves. As above, so below. This is so fascinating. The yin-yang, the holism, as opposed to it's black, it's white, it's one side. It's not either side. It's both sides at once. And that's the true understanding of the self. The gnosis. Pirogue says, is anything in this life absolute? The only thing that's absolute is the moment of now, and now, and now, and now. As you persist, that's the consistency, until you don't, and then you won't. Taxes are absolute, exactly, esoterical. Taxes and death and taxes. Well, I guess death is probably an absolute, but then again, I haven't died, or maybe I've died many times, who knows. Happy Honey Big Bear says, would you consider that anthropomorphizing heavenly bodies? Well, that's sort of what I was mentioning with like the deification, the Roman gods, Greek gods, Sumerian gods, Aztec gods. All these gods were basically planets, comets, asteroids, meteors, weather patterns, weather systems. We anthropomorphize them as a culture and humanize them, not just because we wanted to pass down the memory of them in stories, and that was the simplest way to do it, but also because they look like humans and dragons and horses, because horses and humans are in the structure of this filamentary geometry, this plasma. So planets and comets look like horses and people, and so it was very easy to anthropomorphize and humanize planets and stars and asteroids because they did look like us, not because of pareidolia, not because people were seeing things and applying it, because they actually look like us. So I think that's, but it makes religious scholars astronomers, and it makes gods planets. And then things make sense again. Everything makes sense. Religion, history, all starts to come into play. All the artwork, all the literature, all the philosophy, all the Hindu stuff, the Aztec stuff, African, the Dogons, Chinese schools of thought, come back to energy and connectedness, always. Let's see. NGC says, so if you have peace for many generations, you can breed out war. I'm just going to jump in on that and say that I don't think you can really breed out pain, suffering, war, brutality, simply because it's part of the system. Without it, you don't have the ecstasy, enlightenment, kindness, principles, ethics, etc. You need the relational opposite in order for within this matrix system that we live in, this kind of necessitative evil, and you need a necessitative good in order to have this life that we have the way it exists, this polar existence. And you need all these things. So I don't know if you can get rid of war. In fact, I think it's just a game of numbers ultimately. The Earth thrives and the solar system and our systems survive simply because it throws so much efficiency at it that even with all the crap, species, bacteria, humans, animals, planets, solar systems actually thrive in this ether. Even though counter-space outnumbers ether by like 99-1, the 1% matter in the universe is everything we know, and is probably all the planets with the other aliens on them. But for now, it's Earth and all the creatures is so important. It's important because given that it's the 1% versus the 99%, because that's what makes something special. Rarity, not saturation, right? You want the food that not many have tried, not the food that everyone has had. You want the experience that no one has had, not the experience that is already boring. So it's always about rarity and uniqueness. And so that's why I feel like matter existing within dark matter makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Jedi Princess, you need to taste the bitter to really appreciate the sweet. Exactly. And if you look at the bitter and the sweet as layers in a plasma shell, like gradation, then it makes sense as to having bad experiences followed by great experiences, or having like a great experience immediately followed by a bad experience. Because these shells are layered that way. They have a gradation. What's going on, Starseed? How you doing? It's a deep show tonight. Waiting for our moon. Arum Vorak says yin-yang thing. Well, yeah, the yin-yang, like we grow up in a society that interprets things on a very surface level. And you grow up thinking yin-yang is this like, one overtaking the other. but really it's the fact that they both can only exist in relation to one another. Okay. Heck yeah, I think I've caught up on everything. I hope I didn't miss your comment. If I did, please repost it. I'm going to play a song here and then try and find some moon. It's 3:11, so moon should be coming up. I can see it right in front of me, so I'll have some moon for y'all very, very shortly. And probably light of the moon is pertinent.
bugs, night and song, find its way until the hard drive's done. Use time, bring the wine, tally the time until the twilight's are gone. Your welfare's and just invite fools, just whip up cool chicks. Their minds submitted towards their bullets. Wild, separation, where sin wild, slinging down the road, get the wall, it's a big touch action. Get the wall, it's a good, get it, good, get it, good, get it, good, get it. Dinner hours, the night is on, find its way until the hot dog's done. It's fine, finger the wine, until the time, until the twilight's are gone. You're well, said you're well, said fight for it's just with love and cool chicks. Get out mind, look at the ones they focus. I'm feeling real wild, till well, said why real wide, still well, feel like it's get it good, 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 get it. Double whammy, Tess and Mary both showing up. I was literally just thinking about it because, anyway, Tess, great to see you here. Mary, so nice you joined. 3:25 a.m. Just got the moon in view looking really nice tonight. 39% illuminated. It's the first time I've gotten the Earth shine in a while. So, yeah, Tess, I listened to some of your recent videos. I love what you're working on. So calming, and just your delivery is excellent. So, hope you're doing well. So glad you joined. And Mary, hope your night's been going well. And thanks to everybody for hanging out. It's been quite a lively show. I talked about a lot of things. I know some people got annoyed, but I think it was very, very lively and fun. All right, so play some tunes here and watch this moon for a while. So I zoomed out now. This is on the 11 with the Sony a6 V, and I have my extender tube and the focal reducer. So this is the widest shot I can get. Turned up the ISO and opened the shutter so we can see some of the Earth shine, which is the rest of the moon. So it's really looking great. It's that big cookie, that New York style deli cookie. And yeah, I just had a bunch of chocolate. I'm feeling ready to go. Let's do one of these new tunes. I like this one. What about Sequence Rider?
Take your breath, moving strong.
Give you love and I come in peace. Feel your pain cause it's part of me. I know you really think we need buddies, but I'm amazed by the shapes of your lips. Hear your name but we come in peace. It's insane that you're part of me. Never lifts from the iron wrists. It's as if everybody is the same buddy. Feel insane and I yearn for relief. Maybe someday the sun with me. I am made of the will of somebody. Someday, buddy, we'll get the slip. Here in space now we come in peace. Seeing things that you cannot believe. Ready to trip on the drift. We can lift to the new. Cause I love to give you. We are the space race. We are the moonball. We are the franchise. We are the sequel. They are the ether. How are we still here? For your place along the space race. Sitting at the red light corner on a beach outside of Hill. Across the street from where we grew up after bombing raids. And somehow we lived, somehow we died, somehow we came back from the city cries. We drive through civilized genocide. Kind of started with your armies coming down from the western forces. Got no love but you harm me. We've been paid for your western forces. But when you scream out and you sing loud, everybody wanna tear you down. But come on, step to it. I got nothing but love to share with you. We are the space race, we are the moonlight, we are the franchise, we are the sequel, leader of the ether. How are we still here? If we're in a place along the space race.
Alright, got a drink, got a little smoke. That was Rise, and this is Grown to Like You. And got the beautiful, beautiful moon right now. I really love this phase. We got some cool features showing at the top. Terminator's cutting into Anaxagoras and Mare Frigoris, Sea of Cold, Sea of Frigidity, and then right into Mare Imbrium, and you can see Sinus Iridum, the Bay of Rainbows, all of Oceanus Procellarum. We've got Copernicus right in the center, almost cutting it. I love it. Of course, to the left, Kepler, Aristarchus, and at the very bottom, right under the Terminator, we got Clavius, and Tycho, and then Schiller and Schickard crater. So looking really great, and also doing that kind of thing where it looks like it's bulging from the center, but it also looks like it's sunken, and depending on how you're looking at it. So it's still rising, and it's got like this yellowish haze around it. So I'm going to wait a little bit longer, and then we're going to go in for the zoom. And let this jam go through.
sitting on a home, my head up high, sitting waiting to fly, ready since I was 5. See you in the sequels that made my preface. Don't know what this equals. Let me to your side, be everything so sweet for your heart tonight. See the sequel.
A little selfish supernova, and just hopping over to the chat for a second, say hi to everybody. And man, it is looking fantastic right here at Sinus Iridum, the Bay of Rainbows. And what I wanted to do was, just before I play Strut, is just talk a little bit about the geometry. I think it's so important to reiterate and emphasize that features on the moon are hexagonal, octagonal, pentagonal, and very, very rarely perfectly circular. Even though the common vernacular, the common pop science, and just historical references to the moon continue to call the features on the moon circular and or elliptical. But they're really, really not. They're really actually hexagons. And it makes a lot of sense that they are, because of the lattice geometry of the structure of our universe. Therefore, things are hexagonal, like the bridge of a human eye. You can see it actually has angles. The mouth, the lips are hexagons, pentagons. They all have sharp angles to them. And so, let's see. Let's just move around the surface a little bit. As well, what I could do is see if I can get this paint program working and also talk to y'all. So let's do this. Let's make it happen. Put this on. Yeah, this one really low in the background. And let's see where my paint program is. There we go. Heck yeah. Alright, so sinus iridum, and all you have to do is look. Like, it's not going to be perfect each time because obviously there is this thing called erosion and things do get smoother. However, right here you'll see there's a sharp angle, probably 120 degrees. Another one right there. You'll see crater, again, small version of a hexagon, on the corner or on the rim of larger craters or larger features. And again, you start getting more of a geometric shape. The other thing you get are dendritic structures. If you look at your hand, your palm, you'll see these dendrites, paths, rivers, right? Electric bolts, thunderbolts. The surface of the moon is littered with structures like this, sinuous rills. So let's keep looking a little bit more. And we'll zoom in on these smaller features that do look very circular, and you'll see that they all have corners to them. Let's go and take a look at Copernicus right now. Copernicus, and this I'm talking about, even Thunderbolts Project references the moon as circular. And there's something very crazy about it once you look at the pictures. So, all right. I think I could zoom in a bit more, but really angle, 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 and there we go. And nested octagon. And what it really is, it's bubble nesting. If you look at how bubbles interact, and I have it in a playlist as well, which I should probably share. But I'll do that when I play another song. So Copernicus. Let's look at, again, more dendritic ridges. Looks like the palm of your hand. Looks like lightning bolts. Looks like river canals. All across the surface. Okay. Let's move further down and kind of see, I want to say this is Gassendi. Am I crazy? Mare Humorum and Gassendi. It is Mare Humorum and it is Gassendi. Hell yeah, I love it. Sometimes I stay too far away from the moon and I don't practice, but I was correct about this, so. Oh no, come back. Live streaming. Okay, so, yeah. Mare Humorum, Hex, Gassendi. See, even I'm inclined to draw an ellipsoid, but really, it's much more like that. Some are octagonal, and Gassendi B. So you can see like there's a mare, like a sea, and then there's a crater, what we know as craters, on the rim of it, but exactly at on the edge of these, and then itself a hexagon, and itself having its own crater on the rim of it preferentially. And it's so specific. It happens, and then you have chains. They talk about this on Thunderbolts Project, like chains of craters. But look, the chain follows a flow, like a sine wave. Same thing happens in Mare Crisium. That's Borealis, this crater right here. And Borealis, if we zoomed in, would also be hexagonal, like that, with a central peak, which is residual of an electric arcing phenomenon. All right, what else do we got? So let's move further down. Let's see the edge of this. This is, you got Tycho right there, damn. Tycho crater having its own little like inverted crescent, which is very cool and fully in shadow. And then Clavius right here, right? Clavius, but you can see without me even drawing on it at the bottom left of Clavius how sharp the corners are of the hexagon right here. See that? I don't even have to draw it. It's definitely not circular or elliptical, but I'm going to draw it anyway. Sharp line, sharp line, sharp line. And it's just, it is elongated because of where it is on the surface of the moon, but it's definitely hexagonal. It's got a chain of hexagonal craters in it, like that, and that follows a thread, spiral galaxy arms. What else we got? Yeah, it's so consistent all the way through. All these features have corners, and all of them have sharp corners that, like, if you just search for them a little bit, they emerge. And as well as that, sinuous rills, and then these dendritic filaments that are coming out. So right here we got Kepler in view, and let me, if I adjust the contrast a bit, you can kind of see beyond Kepler, behind Kepler, there's this kind of much larger diamond shape. Check this out. You see that? And then Kepler, if we zoomed in, it would be, it is eroded, so it's not as sharp, but there are two sharp corners to it. But then here you have this very organized kind of flower shape. Now, people will argue and tell me that this is ballistics, but really, oh damn, the clouds moved in. But this to me has characteristics of electric scarification more so. Moving up here to Aristarchus. What's up, James Stephen Emery has gone. Yeah, Aristarchus, you saw the diamond behind Kepler, same sort of diamond in Aristarchus Plateau. And then Aristarchus crater on the rim of the diamond. And then here you got Schroeder's Valley, which is a sinuous rill with a head. These that I'm drawing circles here are definitely hexagons. Herodotus right there. It's too small to really draw. And inside, easily, you can see the lines of Aristarchus crater. So these are some fundamental things about the moon that need to be discussed. Actually, no, I don't know if they need to be discussed, but this is what I believe in, and this is what I think is real proof of the fact that the moon and your hand, and so really this is like the bridge of the eye and the nose. You know, you can draw a nose here. The reason you see faces in things is not because you're just imagining it, it's because the geometry actually exists. This is also like the flower of life. This is the vortex, the inverted pyramids. This is the pinch, the inertial plane, the magnetic field lines. You get the donut, You got the hourglass, you got the Fibonacci spirals. If you look at it from the top, you'll see the spiral. If you look at it from the side, you'll see this kind of conical shape. This is where matter exists. This is the reference frame of now. And this oscillation creates these layers of plasma information. And it's all throughout. It's consistent. You see it in nebula, you see it in honeycomb, you see it in the mouth of a leopard or a dog. You'll see the shape. You see it in the bridge of the nose. You see it in sugar molecules, basalt flats, geology. It's pervasive. Hexagon on the poles of Saturn and Jupiter. Yeah. And I would imagine even further that this is also consciousness. So our letters are shaped like this. Our design is shaped like that. This geometry is not just in planets and nature, but it's in language and culture, and interactions between people probably look like this too. All right, tunes. Playing some strut over here. And I'm finally getting a little bit tired, rolling on 4 a.m. over here. But we're nearly there. Beautiful moon, beautiful moon. And thanks everybody for hanging out so long. Let's rock.
Boxes and boxes, your infinite toxins, all got something to say. Indestructible ideas are vanishing, aimlessly wandering away. The nation crawls, insatiable, into your nighttime activities, your liberties. What can you say? You're my sister and I love you forever. You're my brother and I love you forever. Love you forever. I recall I knew the sun, additives, foreign greases. All we know is from the one chopped down. The healing runs and body races. Won't you tell me what you like, what you hate, what you do? I got so much love for you. And I can say, yeah, you're my sister and I love you forever. Just find the time to lift your eyes and notice you. You're my brother and I love you forever. Just find the time, just find the time, just find the time, just find the time. You're my sister and I love you forever. You're my brother and I love you forever. Just find the time, just find the time, just find the time to love you forever. Just find the time, oh, and don't stop.
Strut. Let's talk a bit more because I'm kind of hyped on the science tonight. So Tess is asking me about how the hexagons are formed and then so the fluid crust bubbled up and became hexagons as it burst or cooled down. I imagine that it's both a combination of surface features bubbling up and cooling and then cracking in these ways, but I also imagine that there's like an arc blast moving across the surface as the moon got captured or came close to Earth, Venus, polar configuration, whatever it might have been. Let me adjust the lighting. So let's say that, wow, clouds are moving in and out. Yeah, so, yeah, what's going on Abu Aiz? How's it going? Okay, so the idea is that the smallest unit in the universe, I'm just going to quickly reiterate this because I can draw it. So a dot, right? Or a huge planet, right? Both of these have this structure that I was saying, which is this kind of apple core, torus, and then it's got the hourglass. Buddy Dougherty did a really good drawing of this, but it's also, Ken Wheeler has shown this structure. The ferrocell shows this structure. Galaxies show this structure. But the hexagon is from this. That's where the hexagon emerges. Why that's the case is because a point is within the ether. There's a dot. Let's say there's a dot. Then it starts to oscillate and creates a layer of plasma, which is a unit of time and memory. And then as it oscillates, and oscillation just means it's vibrating, it's creating pulses in the ether, and the interaction between the dot, the point, and the ether creates these layers. It's like an atomic shell structure, if you want to think about it in a simple way. So what happens is, right next to it, another dot starts to do the same thing. And once they meet, that's where this boundary layer is created. So you start getting packing. Everything tries to fit into the smallest place it can. When you start looking at this closely, because it's pushing against each other, they start creating hexagons. This is why eyes on a human body grow at these two nexus points. Hips, right? Spinal column. It's like a key almost. So there's that. Let's see what else. There's, yeah, so the tiniest point has it, and then planet like Earth has the same sort of thing. So Earth has its magnetosphere, or ionosphere, Van Allen belts, and that's Earth's memory and time. That's how Earth retains its knowledge of being Earth with these shells, right? So every point, while it's creating the shells, it's also sympathetically resonating with points, or basically charged plasma information, so conceptual life information. When something happened, how it smelled, values of time and space stored in these shells. And then as you grow, like, this is what Eileen McCusick talks about. So like 30 feet away from you when you're older, you know, this is where your birth is, and this is where your current life is. That's why trying to remember things from further back in your history is tougher, because it's literally dimensionally further away from you. This is kind of what I've remixed from all these different people talking about it, on top of actually feeling it and seeing it. So on the moon, I feel like the moon had this whole surface, and it got either zapped, you know, while it came near Earth or Mars in certain areas, some hotter than others, moved across the surface, creating these kind of bubbles, like in a sink or in coffee. And then they burst, and they pack because there's pressure. And once they pack, that's where you get these hexagons from. That's why the whole surface is really hexagonal all the way through. Yeah, I know it's late, I'm kind of rambling, but that's sort of what I'm thinking. And I feel like human consciousness, that's what our sphere of influence is. What else was there? So this would be the eyes, right? And then the nose comes down as a triangle, right? And then the mouth itself is almost like triangles. And then the jaw, hexagon, right? The neck, if you could see it, kind of comes down like that. Shoulders, hex. Ears, hexes. Pentagons almost, like side. I know this is like a very crude artwork, but if you can imagine, this is why we grow this way. This is why spinal column got Birkeland current flowing through us like this. And so the eyes emanate this flower of life structure, so does the mouth, so does the throat chakra, and the heart grows along almost like planets grow. Like the moon and Saturn and everything, it's not like one Birkeland filament and then Saturn. It's like Birkeland filament and then a branch, and then Saturn and then a branch, and like another planet, and it's like twisting. Same the way we have the whole system. Yeah. Comet face, man. All right, let me know if you have any thoughts on that, but that's what I think is actually happening. And that's how we even communicate. That's how we are grown. This is what the genetic code is. This is what hereditary genetics is, physically, not just imaginary concepts. All right, 10 more minutes here. I'm gonna wrap it up at 4:20. Songs, and let's play something fun.
for you. And if I disappeared, what would you? I was just up so high, you break into my night, cutting to the edge of my world. But I still need like a puppet's got to breathe. But I can feel your fire tearing up the street, tearing up the street. You feel like the fringe of my dream. We still breathe 'cause there's something more to see. I can see the wires straining up to me, blowing on the sands of my heart. Yeah, something tells me twilight's coming my way. Ooh, deep inside it's always incredible.
All right, everybody, I think that's it for me. I'm starting to fall asleep. Thanks so much for all the kind words. So happy that you showed up, Tess and Mary and all of you. And I appreciate everybody arguing with me earlier about aliens and, you know, all that stuff. Karen and Esoteric Gold and all the other people who just listen and think I'm just crazy. I still appreciate you. And let's see, let's take this out on Formidable, because this is a good tune to end it on. I know the moon's looking great, but we got some excellent views tonight. We got Jupiter when I started the show with all the moons, and Great Red Storm, and a beautiful kind of swirling laminar flow of the storm bleeding into the center. And then we got Saturn, full system with Rhea, Dione, Tethys, Iapetus, and Titan. Saw some detail on that. And we saw Mars tonight, and the end of the moon cycle for me, I think. Yeah, pretty fun. 4-hour stream, just like old times. And I do appreciate all of you so much. Have a great day tomorrow. Have a fun Sunday. And yeah, I'm going to start doing more streams, like I said, towards the fall and winter. I'll talk more about this stuff, but think about it. I mean, you got UFO stuff and all these conspiracies, but imagine that information, consciousness is outside the body, and that we resonate with it and create more of these memory shells. It's so profound and reasonable. And then, of course, the moon, hexagons, not circles. It's so crazy that even people are like looking at hexagons and saying they're perfectly circular. It's just, I could go on forever. Anyway, take care, everybody. Shout outs to each and every one of you. And I'll catch you soon on the next flight to space. Bye, everybody. Captain out.
mixing the foam, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts. Float, the moon is calm.